It's being organized in collaboration with CNBC and Money Control. Okay, so before I get started, just a quick look back at yesterday. What a great day. We had an overwhelming response, and I got some good feedback from many of you. Your words of encouragement, they mean a lot to us. So thank you once again, and really looking forward to an equally exciting day today. I should also thank various speakers who joined us, cutting across Indian industry. They took to the stage yesterday and shared with us how they are leading digital transformation within their businesses and what have been their experiences and the lessons that they have learned. I thought that the content was pretty rich, and it provided a great context and hopefully a lot of learning. Well, day two is going to be equally exciting and packed with a lot of action. Today is designed to delve deeper into the technologies that are powering digital transformation. We've got a great lineup of speakers who will be sharing their knowledge, their experiences, and I want to take the opportunity to thank each one of them in advance. All right, so the first thing on my agenda is to share with you something which we at Rockwell Automation are super excited about, and that is the launch of our Plant PAX 5.0. I would like to, at this stage, take the opportunity to share my screen and let me see if technology cooperates. So bear with me for just a minute. Okay, so I hope that you're able to see what's on my screen. So I want to talk to you about Plant PAX. Plant PAX is our modern distributed control system. If you ask me, the defining characteristic of Rockwell's approach to DCS is around plant-wide control, which is highly scalable, and it is designed with modern, shall we say, information security considerations in mind. Most importantly, it's backed up with flexible delivery and support. I would like to continue on and share with you, things which are so exciting about our system release 5.0. What is getting all of us, excited about this latest system release? First and foremost, it enables you to, handle much greater complexity in your operations and do so in a secure manner, like I said, right? The system is purpose-built for plant-wide control, cutting across batch, hybrid, and heavy industries. There are several improvements that have been made to the technology stack that improve the user's experience while reducing the automation infrastructure footprint. We built workflows, into the system that tremendously reduce, the number of clicks and provide templates, which are, much more richer, right? And that makes it much more easier for the delivery teams, right? As I just mentioned, cybersecurity has become an even more important consideration today, for the entire industry, particularly for critical process applications. These are the areas you're going to be applying, your something like a Plant PAX 5.0 to, right? And this is something which is, built right into the new system architecture, right? Last but not the least, when I say it's a modern DCS, I mean it. The system enables you and empowers you in your digital transformation journey. And one of the critical aspects is analytics. Now, you may say analytics is not a new topic in the process space, and you're right. It's not the what piece of analytics, but it's the how piece of analytics, which is really exciting. And let me just take a few seconds to explain to you what I mean, right? Many of you may know that Rockwell has a very strategic and a deep-rooted alliance with PTC, which is one of the world's leading IoT and digital companies, right? And leveraging some of our joint technologies, we've been able to put the vast amount of data that comes out of these modern DCS systems into our analytics strategy. And this is where the difference lies. The difference is while conventional DCSs, they prefer to hold the data within the DCS system itself, or probably port it over to a process historian. Whereas in our case, it goes into our IoT and analytics, systems altogether. And this approach, this opens up a vast array of possibilities, covering, use cases that enable you and that empower you to undertake your digital transformation objectives. So, moving on. Another one dimension which is very critical is the life cycle. Like I said earlier, the flexible delivery and support, that has to be core to your strategy. For sure, it's core to our strategy. Be it across the design or the build stages of your system that leads up to installation, or in the sustain or improve stages, which is during the operational life cycle. And you'll see here on the chart behind me, some of the examples of these services. And moving on, just to put a quick wrap on it, what makes 5.0 relevant to today's context? As we learn to live with COVID, as process industry, you're faced with unprecedented vagaries, uncertainty, as well as opportunity, right? You need much greater flexibility in your manufacturing. You're probably changing the mix of what you produce, or you need to rapidly scale up your production for certain commodities. In case you are in essential services or essential industries, like life sciences, like home and personal care, right? You need a system that's equipped with modern collaboration technologies, such as AR, VR, that enable you to have remote collaboration, for your technicians who are in the plant and technicians who may be, or domain experts who may be remotely situated, right? And knowing that there's a team that is equipped to meet your life cycle support challenges, that's a big comfort, right? So all I would say at this stage is, look forward to more details and much more greater insights and discussions and deliberations coming up later in the day. Switching topics, and I'm going to come to another one, very interesting topic. It's last of the two I wanted to cover today with you. Last, but certainly not the least, right? We've got a tour lined up for you. Yes, you heard me right. We've got a tour lined up for you to our newly virtualized experience center. Just to quickly share with you, last December, we inaugurated our digital transformation experience center, which is situated right here at Gurgaon. We built it to give you a real-life experience of technologies that power digital transformation and the use cases that you would want to implement or consider as you go through your digital transformation journeys. And all of this in real plant floor environment. What I mean is, interacting and experiencing digital transformation, with live operating setups. I briefly alluded to this yesterday. We've had a great response, in the early part of this year. We had more than 100 customers visit us before COVID struck. And I'm very glad to share with you that we virtualized the Experience Center, and we are going to be inaugurating it now, today. So the Digital Transformation Experience Center is going to be virtually accessible to all of you. And I would encourage you to book your tour and experience, a customized digital transformation, through this tour. As a matter of fact, as soon as I'm done talking, we plan to take you straight into the virtual DTEC. What you see here is our design philosophy, if I can put it that way, right? Our design philosophy, has been pretty much around, bringing the connected enterprise to life. That's Rockwell's core strategy. And that's designed to give you all dimensions of the connected enterprise at the enterprise level, at the plant level. So we actually got a smart plant, that's inside of the Experience Center. And equally important, smart assets, right? So look forward to this in just a few minutes. All right. last few seconds, just want to give you a sneak peek into what's coming up, soon after, these exciting updates are done. After the virtual tour, we'll be splitting up, again into two tracks. While track one is going to be focusing on technology topics such as, high performance architecture for digital transformation. How do you go about extracting analytics from intelligent drives, smart VFDs, right? Or how do you go about reimagining what to expect from a modern DCS? The track two is going to be diving deeper into IoT platform, particularly around driving business outcomes. We also want to talk about cybersecurity, particularly in the context of OT, that is on the plant floor, side of the business. And lastly, a very exciting technology that we call as independent car technology in the context of smart machines. So with that said, I want to thank you for joining the India Inc. On the Move event. I do hope that you enjoy it just as much as myself and the entire Rockwell Automation team has enjoyed bringing it to you, along with our partners, CNBC and Money Control. And I do surely look forward to meeting up with some of you, over this virtual medium later today. Have a great event. Have a great day. Stay safe. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Rockwell Automation's Digital Transformation Experience Center. Well, one obvious question which comes in everyone's mind is why an experience center for industrial systems? Today, customers no longer buy pieces of technology, but they buy experiences. By experiences, I mean business outcomes which customers expect out of their investments. This is Rockwell Automation's attempt to visualize our customers exactly that. So why don't we have a sneak peek at the center and see it for ourselves. Hello Vivek, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Aditya. How are you?
Absolutely fine. So we're all set?
Yep, all set.
Great. The quest for any technological solution starts with defining the business problem. And we at Rockwell Automation understand that each industry has unique business challenges, and hence the solution needs to be unique as well. Our journey at the Experience Center starts right here, where we talk about industry-specific business problems and then talk about our experience in handling those problems. So Vivek, can you talk about an industry and
Sure.
walk us through?
Sure, Aditya. So as you pointed out, we have the selection of various industries, and I'll just select one industry over here, which can be basically, we can see how it is done. So I'll take up consumer packaged good industry, and if I look at few of the trends and challenges that are there in that industry. So we are seeing that a lot of investment is happening in this area and the consumer demand is increasing. Also, the challenges that are being faced by this industry are skill gap, cyber security, and aging infrastructure. These are some of the challenges which are really impacting the customers nowadays.
Right.
And if we just look into it, few of the other things that are relevant to this industry are that asset utilization is quite important for them, and protecting their IP, equipment and workforce is also a very important aspect for them. Okay, and if you just see, these are few of the logos which gives an insight on Rockwell's experience in this industry.
Perfect.
Okay, so this is how we just cover the business challenges of each industry.
Sure. Thank you, Vivek.
Thanks, Aditya.
This was really informative.
Sure.
Looking forward.
Thanks.
Hello, Vijay. How are you?
Hey Aditya, I'm good. How are you?
Absolutely fine. Well, the journey for creating a smart plant starts with creating design and specifications for a plant. And that's where digital twin plays a very important role. Now, a digital twin is not a mere 3D model, but it's a physical and logical representation of a real plant. What I mean by that is that this digital twin would work exactly in the same way as it would work in the real life. To demonstrate this concept to you, I will take an example of a gantry crane. And in this gantry crane, we are going to test a controller logic which has been written. Now, had a digital twin not been there, we would have tested out this controller logic on a real crane. Now, that would mean, first of all, a lot of time, costs, effort, and also enormous amount of safety risks. And all that can be avoided if this testing can be done on a digital twin. So let's have a look at this gantry crane and the logic which has been written for this. Now, this model has been connected to a PLC controller, and what you see here is the HMI screen of that controller. So my colleague Vijay will first show you how this gantry crane works in the idle state. So Vijay, can you show us how the crane works in the idle state?
Sure.
So you can see that the code which the PLC is now running or the controller is now running is the idle code which is performing its job, which means that it's picking up the boxes and placing it in the bin. Now let's try a different set of code. Let's do that, Vijay.
Sure.
Now what Vijay has done here is that he has changed a code in the PLC, and you can see that the gantry crane is not able to perform its activity, right? Now we are fortunate that we had the digital twin where we were able to detect this problem and we were able to eliminate that using correction methods. So Vijay, can we go back to the idle state, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So we are back to the original code where the crane is picking up boxes and dropping it in its designated position. So this is the power of what digital twin brings on table. And I would say that in today's scenario, when customers are looking at efficiencies, digital twin could provide that window of opportunity. The power of the digital twin doesn't just stop here. You can actually perform simulations of the plant processes and also the material flow. This can actually help you debottleneck many of the issues which might come during the plant operations. So Vijay, why don't we have a look at that aspect as well?
Of course, yes, sure.
Yeah, please come. Now let's look at a process simulation being run on a cookie manufacturing line. Now what you see here is that a cookie manufacturing plant is running as if real cookies are being made. So apart from simulation, one other benefit which you can provide using the digital twin is to provide immersive experience to all the stakeholders. So now my colleague Vijay is going to demonstrate how this digital twin can be used for immersive experience, which can in future be used for operator training as well. So Vijay, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so we can show the go into the plant and show various sections here. This starts from the mixer section, followed by the extruder here. You can see the extrusion process is happening here, where biscuits, cookies are being produced. Next, we have the oven section here, where the heating processes take place, followed by the cooler section of the plant. You can see the cookies are being produced in the line, they are moving all the way along the conveyor. Now you can see then we have some fine packing processes happening here, where cookies are being placed in small boxes here. Then using a robotic arm here, these small packets are being packed in cartons, and the cartons are then moved all the way to the palatalization process, where they are being packed and picked together by a robot arm here. This is the robot arm which will be picking as the material reaches to its location. Then ultimately we have the stocking area. You can find this is the stocking area where the forklift is being used to put all the packets onto the stock line. So this is the way that we can get deep into the plant and see various locations and see various processes happening. And we can also go to see various screen dashboards as well with this.
Thanks Vijay, this was an excellent demo. Well, this demonstration shows the true power of the digital twin. I'm sure that now you would have got an idea of the possibilities which can be achieved with this technology. Now from the digital world now, or the virtual world now, let me take you to the real world, all right? Well, in this section of the Experience Center, we have real machines for you. Now the first technology which I want to demonstrate to you today is an intelligent conveying technology, which we call as the independent cart technology. Now you might say that what's unique about material conveying? Of course, material conveyors or mechanical conveyors have been in existence since the start of the Industrial Revolution. But what's unique about this? Well, The uniqueness comes from the fact that in this system, each cart can follow its own path. Now that's not possible with a mechanical conveyor, where there is a serial production which has to happen. Other thing which makes this thing unique is that the whole technology runs on magnetic levitation. So the problem of friction is done away with. And friction, by the way, is the biggest cause of failure of mechanical conveyors. Now let me just show you what this system is doing right now. The robo is picking up cylinders of variable height and putting it on the designated carts. And then these carts are going to their designated place. Now the whole system works on the backbone of a very robust digital platform which consists of an MES system as well as an IoT system. Now you can actually make changes to the process and also the configuration of which cylinder should sit on which cart by just changing it in the MES system, and automatically the changes would be executed on the shop floor or on the machine. Now through the IoT platform, you can actually see the health of the machine and see how the whole system is performing, and also do predictive analytics in case there is a failure which is expected to come in the system. Next, I'm going to demonstrate to you the mixing tank application. So we have a small mixing tank in our experience center which is fitted with all the sensors and is run and controlled by a modern DCS system. Now in this skid you can see that there is a temperature sensor, a pressure sensor and a flow meter. So the recipes are fed in the DCS, and from the DCS the whole process can be executed. So my colleague Vikas is going to demonstrate to you how this thing works. Vikas, over to you.
Running the system from this is very easy. So I will just select the recipe, I will just start the batch, and then I can view the current running step in the recipe view. So like in this case there is a transfer going on from to tank 1. So first of all it will make ready the level for transfer tank 1 and transfer tank 2. Then after that it will start adding the material from both the tanks to the mixing tank. While we see these steps in the online recipe, so other facilities which we are having, like we are recording different historical parameters, so like vibrations and the pressures and flow that we can view in our trends. Along with the historical trends of analog value, we have the audit trials, and then we have the alarms also, that in a single value. And other than that, after batch completion we have the batch reports that are automatically generated, and we can view the batch details in the details. So like that.
Well, in addition to this, the skid is actually connected to an IoT platform which collects the critical parameter data on the real-time basis, which helps you to perform future predictive analysis for deviations which might happen in the process. And this ensures that you always get the best quality out of your process. Well, thank you Vikas for this very nice demo. Well, before we move to the last section of this experience center, I want to talk to you about a very important concept related to industrial cybersecurity. Now, cybersecurity is fairly well understood in the IT world. There are a lot of technologies which are available today to thwart those cyber attacks which come on the IT networks. Now, till a few years back, it was kind of understood that the manufacturing systems and manufacturing plants are mostly immune to cyber attacks. But in the past couple of years, attacks like the ransomware and WannaCry made us realize that it's not that safe in the OT world as well. Now, Rockwell Automation, being a market leader in this area, takes industrial cybersecurity very seriously. And that's the reason all our technologies are co-developed with our partners Cisco and brand name Stratix. Now let me demonstrate to you a small security breach which I am going to induce in the system, and you can see that how the alert pops up to the stakeholders. Now, I'm going to open the panel of an assembly line, and here I'm going to change the setting for one of the PLCs from the run mode to program mode. Now, this in itself is a major security breach, because someone might try to sneak into the system and insert a malware into my line. You can see that as soon as I have changed the settings, there is a notification which has come on the system which says that there is a security breach on the line. Well, this is how, or this is how serious we take security in our company, and Rockwell Automation has got end-to-end solutions to address that. Now, I'll take you to the last section of this experience center, which is our remote command center or remote operating center. So let's go there and see. Hello, Anshu.
Hello, Atif.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Absolutely fine. So this is the last section of our experience center, but the most important one. So this is our remote operations and command center. Now, in my experience dealing with senior executives of various companies, I have found out that the most important motivation for them to go with digitalization is their ability to visualize their entire operation from their office or from a central place. And this is what this ROC brings on table. Now, we have created a small ROC for our mini factory, which my colleague Anshu is going to walk us through and show you what all things you can visualize from here. But the ROC is not limited to just this. You can actually do a lot more, which I'm going to talk about in the subsequent discussion. Anshu.
So let me explain this command center. So as we can see, we have multiple applications in the command center running across the video wall. As you can see, we can have the live camera feed of the control system. In addition to that, we can have the diagnostic information of all the control equipments and the control devices. Along with that, we have the HMI screen of our independent card technology system. Along with that, we also have our engineering workstation, the development environment, wherein we can use this particular application to design and program our control system. We also have the information about analytics of all the devices used in our control system. In addition to that, we also have the complete monitoring of our industrial data center, which is utilized for this particular remote command center. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Anshu, for this very important demonstration which you had for us.
Thanks, sir.
This brings to the end of this virtual tour of this experience center. We would encourage you to get in touch with your account managers, and also at the link which would be provided in the chat box, and also the website link. So there are various options through which you can get in touch with us, and we can demonstrate to you how your business outcomes can be achieved using our technology. Well, I'm now ready to take any questions which you might have basis this small tour. I'll see you there.
All right. I hope,
Yeah, Aditya, I think we are live, so we can take the question and answer.
All right. So I hope you enjoyed the tour as much as we enjoyed giving it to you. So, okay, so, there are a few questions which are there in my chat box. I'll first read the questions and, five of us will try to answer those questions for you. Okay, the first question I get is about ICT. And the question is, what are the industrial use cases of the independent cart technology? All right, so independent cart technology is kind of a solution which helps you realize the dream of batch size is equal to 1. Now, this is very, I should say, essential for an industry like e-commerce. Let me just take some time and explain you that. Now, in e-commerce, typically, the customers order multiple items from an e-commerce vendor. And some of these items could be stacked in a large warehouse which some of these e-commerce companies maintain. So now just imagine that, there are thousands of orders which are pushed into the system. And these orders are all customized in nature. Just remember that, I may be ordering, a box of, say, chips, or, and along with chips, I can order some, maybe a shaving cream or maybe a toothbrush. Now, these are all customized orders. Now, this is customized to me. Now, to you, it could be something else. It could be maybe atta, biscuits, ghee, whatever. Now, what happens is that just imagine at back end what happens. Now, if these orders have to be fulfilled at the warehouse at a very rapid pace.
Hello, Abhishek, are you able to hear me?
Vijay, you might have to mute your mic, please. Okay, I would continue. So as I said, if you have to fulfill these orders in the back end at a very rapid pace, the only way you can do it is using, this independent cart technology. So what this independent cart technology would do for an e-commerce warehouse is that it will go pick up that particular item from that shelf, put it in the bin, go to the cart will then go to the next place where it has to pick up some other stuff and put it in the bin. Now, this can all happen simultaneously. And what you get is a customized order for you. So this is a very popular application in e-commerce. And I'm very proud to say that one of the major e-commerce players is already our customers for this technology. Now, I'll just talk about some other applications, especially in automotive. Now, that's my favorite industry because I represent that. Now, for a tier 1 supplier, imagine that, a particular tier 1 supplier would be catering to maybe 10 different OEMs, right? So now, they could be producing, say, same shock absorbers, but the specifications could be entirely different. Now, again, they also have this warehousing problem and also an assembling problem, because at each assembly station, you would need to assemble it in a customized way with customized bill of material. So all that can be achieved using the independent cart technology. There are similar applications in life sciences and also in consumer packaged goods industry, which I can talk about. But in the interest of time, I'll just give you an overall idea that, this is how this technology can be used. All right. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is about the digital twin. Okay. So the question is, what are the industrial applications of the digital twin? So I'll ask my colleague Vivek to talk about it. Vivek, would you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so as it was already shared in the promo video, the sneak peek video rather, that this is something which is really gaining a lot of interest in the industry right now, and digital twin can help in building virtual models, and you can test your applications before you build it. And that is something that is really helpful in reducing the overall development time and getting the things right the first time. So this is something that we are also showcasing in DTEC, and the customers can firsthand experience how it can be utilized in their own manufacturing setup or during the development environment, and they can seek benefit out of it.
Yeah, thanks, Vivek. In fact, I'll add one more application from my side, and again, this is a live customer situation I can talk about. One of my customers, he's recently they have decided to put up an EV plant somewhere in south of India, and so they wanted to use simulations to kind of optimize the number of bins which they would be using, the number of trolleys, the number of forklifts, to ensure that they get a particular output. Now just imagine that if they do it using guesswork, and let's assume they choose some 10 numbers of forklifts and 50 numbers of trolleys and 50 numbers of bins, but then if that is not able to fulfill the output requirement, which means it leads to crowding or it leads to issues on the shop floor. Now all these things can be debottlenecked if you are able to simulate the entire process beforehand and then design the plant in a way that all these things are optimized and taken care of way before you go live in real life. Okay, all good. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is on analytics. Okay, interesting. And the question is, what are the industrial applications of manufacturing analytics? So, although my colleague Dhaval Joshi is going to take a session at 11:30, and he's an expert in this area, so don't forget to log into his session. But I'll just try to give you a high-level, information on what could be industrial applications of manufacturing analytics. So let me just start with CPG and life sciences, because that's again one of the very important industries for us. Now in both consumer packaged goods and as well as in life sciences, you have the concept of the batch manufacturing, right? Now typically the batch is processed using certain process parameters, right? So now all these process parameters are set basis the raw material which they receive. I'll just take an example of tobacco, right? That may be a bad example, sorry. So, but of course there must be a lot of cigarette lovers also on this show. So let me just talk about how this thing gets applied to cigarette manufacturing. Now, in cigarette manufacturing, you get tobacco of various grades and various varied level of moisture content. Okay. Now, before this tobacco is actually rolled into the cigarettes, it goes through a process. Now, since the moisture keeps on varying in these batches, sometimes it's difficult to predict the batch time, and also the batch time is also related to the quality of the output which is coming out of that process. Now with analytics, you can actually start predicting that what would be the ideal set of parameters and what would be the ideal batch time for deriving the best quality out of that cigarette drying process or tobacco drying process, right? So that's one example which I can give you from the consumer packaged goods industry. Other example I want to give you is from the mining industry. Now, some of us feel that mining is something which is which is kind of archaic kind of processes are used in that industry, but that's not true anymore. In fact, some of the largest customers we have in the space of digitalization are Australian giants in mining. And the way they use IoT and analytics is one is of course to basically see the health of their assets. Now you can imagine that there would be hundreds of assets on the mine sites which would be kind of either maybe digging for more material or dumpers. Now to ensure that the health of these equipments are at its prime, they use IoT as well as analytics, advanced predictive analytics, to kind of estimate when a particular equipment could go down and bring that to preventive maintenance. Other application is in crushers. Now crushers are very important in the mining industry. These are all rotating equipments, and rotating equipments, as you would know, are all prone to failures because of a lot of friction which happens, and these are very heavy equipments, mind you. So so basically to kind of predict the health of these crushers, again manufacturing analytics can be used. Now talking about metals. Now in the metals industry, rolling mill, whether it is the hot strip mill or the cold rolling mill, both places analytics can be used. And again, applications are mainly related to the quality of output or quality of coils which is coming out of these mills. And lastly, automotive, again, applications related to the downtime of the conveyors, or calculating the overall operational efficiency of your plant, right? Now, as some of you would aware that OEE, or overall operating efficiency, is something which most of the senior executives are very keen to know. The reason is that it directly concerns and is directly related to the cost of manufacturing and also the quality of the parts being manufactured, right? So you can basically do a proper analysis and find out that how your plant is performing, whether there are unplanned downtimes which are happening. Now these downtimes could be due to machine failures or line starvations or various issues. So basically you can analyze all that if you have all the data in place, and advanced analytics tool can help you diagnose that issue. All right, I hope that answered your question. Okay, so moving on, since we have less time. Okay, so the next question is basically on the mobility. Okay, so the question is that what would be applications of mobility for manufacturing? Now, mobility is all prevalent in our lives. We all use mobile phones, but how can it effectively be used for manufacturing? So for that, I will go to my colleague Vivek. Vivek, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Aditya. So currently, as we start on the digital transformation journey, so operational intelligence and productivity. I hear a lot of this. Okay, operational intelligence and productivity are the key pillars of connected enterprise. And basically, to add to that, mobility is also an important aspect, and that is something which helps our customers in their manufacturing units by providing both the aspects like operational intelligence, which includes access, analysis, and acting on the production data in real time, and also on productivity by providing user-centric information wherever it is required on any mobile device, which can help in reducing troubleshooting time and also help in guiding the people who are there on the plant floor, and basically reduce the potential failures and avoid the potential failures. Also, it provides flexibility by providing relevant content to the users on any mobile device, be it a mobile phone, tablet, or iPad, or any such device. And this is something that is showcased in our center. So whether we have a virtual visit or a physical visit, the same thing can be showcased to the customers so that they can understand how these technologies can be deployed in their own plants and they can reap benefit out of it. Thank you.
Right. So yeah. So thanks, Vivek. So there's another question which has come in from audience is, what's the location of our center? So first of all, we are located in Gurgaon. This center is in Gurgaon, and we are in Cyber City. So people living in NCR can identify this spot very well. If you want to schedule a visit, you should get in touch with us, and we should be able to kind of arrange a customized demonstration for you. All right, so I'll go to the next question. The question is related to, can you elaborate your offering in warehouse material movement? Okay. So as I said, so on warehouse, we have multiple solutions. So I don't know what industry this solution or this question relates to, but maybe I can talk general, on what all warehouse solutions which we have. So, of course, the independent cart technology is one solution which you saw and heard from me. The other solution is more on the software side. So, we help in automation of your warehouse using technologies like, so you can basically have a complete warehouse being developed on an MES platform where you can fix the location as well as the rack number of each of the material which it can go. Other thing is pick to light. Now pick to light is something which is I should say quite commonly used in the automotive industry and other industries which are into discrete manufacturing. Now pick to light is a technology where once the person who's on the warehouse gets a pick list. Now pick list typically comes in form of a printed paper, or it could come in front of a monitor as well, computer monitor as well. So the person goes and the light glows. So the place from where he has to pick up material, so the light glows on each on that rack, and the person can go and pick up material. Now you can do two things here. One is that you can also build some sort of error proofing here, where you can have a light curtain which also counts the number of times the person takes up the material from there. So you can actually count how many paths that person has taken, right? So, and then, he puts it in a kit and he prepares the kit, and that kit basically goes on the line. So that's, one bit of solution based on software plus, these pick to light systems, right? The other solution which I can talk about is related to, which is more rudimentary, which is basically you can actually use, no, I won't say rudimentary, sorry. So it's more, technologically intense, and that is related to the RFIDs. So you can actually have RFIDs installed, and, the person when he goes and, he basically scans his hand scanner. So basically the system shows you that this is the right place to pick up material, and, then you can pick up the material from there and also scan the quantity. All that gets recorded in the system, and then he prepares the kits and puts it on the shop floor. All right, I hope I was able to answer that. So I'll go to the last question. Okay, so the question is related to Plant PAX5. So the question is Plant PAX5 compatible with RS Logics? Well, I would have to delegate this question to my colleague Sandeep Redkar, who's having a session at 1:10 p.m. today. So please do attend his session, and he should be able to answer this. Okay, so one last question I can take. I still have 5 minutes on this call. Okay, so the question is related to, okay, the question says that what are the industrial applications which you can demonstrate in the experience center? So for that, I'll go to my colleague Vivek. Vivek, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, thanks, Aditya. So as we have also shared in a sneak peek walkthrough that was there some time back, that we have tried to position our experience center in such a way that we are able to talk about the different challenges of the industries, and then we are able to showcase few of the solutions that we have which are relevant to that industry. So that the industries that we are covering in our experience center are consumer packaged goods, life science, automotive, oil and gas, metal and mining, etc. And few of the applications and the dashboards that are related to those industries are being showcased here, so that it helps in triggering the thought process in the customer's mind, and then we can build up on those applications and see how it can be deployed, and it is able to cover the aspects that people are looking at from their own production production floor perspective. Yeah, so that was all.
Thanks, Vivek. So all right, so I think we are very close to 11 a.m. now. I still have 3 minutes. Maybe I can just talk about how you can book a tour to the center, and what are the things you can do here. So first of all, whenever you book a tour to the center, please allow us about a week, because there are of course prior bookings. That's one. The second is there are certain things which we would want to customize and show it to you. Now that's the physical part of coming to the center. Now if you want to book a virtual tour, that's also possible now, and you anyways had a sneak peek today through me. But we can again do a more customized kind of walkthrough of the center if you allow us time. And as I said, the links to register for a visit were provided on the chat box, and you can also of course visit our website as well, or you can certainly get in touch with your account managers or distributor account managers, and we should be able to arrange that.
Yeah, Aditya, I think he just dropped off.
Yeah,
so
we are off.
Yeah, Aditya, there was just one more question regarding the industrial applications of ICT. So actually, as we are basically about to already 11, so I would request the participants to attend the session at 1:10 p.m., which is being hosted by my colleague Lokesh Kaushal, where you can understand more about these technologies and the applications of these technology, that is independent car technology.
All right then, thank you very much. And so here we sign off for this session, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy the rest of the India Inc. on the Move event. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Bye.
Firstly, let me put this point very clearly that our digital initiative has nothing to do with COVID. Neither it has gone down, nor it has come up because of the COVID. The digital initiatives have been in many areas, largely in safety and wherever we see value. So it's completely dollar driven, it is completely safety driven, and it has nothing to do with COVID. Okay, so few areas where we have seen a lot of value have been in some of the hardcore technical areas, which is called blast furnace or coke oven operations or sinter plant operations or coal gasification plant, where we are using augmented reality and virtual reality to actually eliminate or reduce dramatically the operator-to-operator variation, and to maintain very good level of parameters that are hugely impacting the enhanced volume and reduction in cost. The other area where we are using is in mills, where some of our mills are quite old, and their systems are very machine centric. So we are using some technology that different machines can actually talk to each other on some selected parameters, where the impact of the outcome of one machine, the other machine actually readjusts itself according to the impact of the previous or previous to previous some machines. So there again, we are having very, very good results. The third area is logistics, where we are actually trying to convert everything from, that's our intent, from road logistics with the diesel prices going up so much, road logistics to railway logistics, and where we have again used technology to improve our capacity in our plants of rake handling by nearly 100%. So those are some of the areas that I'm very, very happy and excited about, from a value perspective to share. AI, we have not used AI to that an extent so far, but our intent is to first use some augmented reality solutions to minimize operator variation, and from there we actually want to leverage on the machine learning part, where the machine can actually correct itself on its own setting depending on the outcome of parameters. So we are not yet there, but that is the direction we are actually taking. From an overall Indian industry perspective, I think somewhere integration with the customer world on some standardization of grades, some standardization of applications, some better understanding of the volume requirements from the customer side. If you can actually integrate large projects to steel plants, then there would be tremendous cash release and tremendous opportunity for both the project managers, the EPC guys, and the steel majors. So there I see a lot of opportunity of reducing the inventories substantially, and a lot of cash release from that perspective. Roadblocks by digital technologies, I would actually say, if you can improve the infrastructure of railways and infrastructure of ports, and it's largely around the infrastructure management, the external, because I'm not stating the internal part that much, because those things are very much in my control, and I can actually influence those much easily. But from an overall country perspective, I think we really need to do a lot on the other logistics infrastructure, which is a big need. For us, automation and reducing downtime and even reducing a second here and there has huge opportunity. Like some of my mills, the value of saving a minute is over $500,000. It's in on the bottom line. So any kind of automation anywhere, even if you save seconds, not even minutes, it has a huge opportunity. So that's said, it's very true for the capital intensive sectors. I'm not sure whether the value of a second would be that much for the other sectors. Nevertheless, it is a value, and on their scale, maybe that value also may be quite good on the bottom line of the respective industries. See, there are many things which are not known, at least to me, because when I look at the global benchmarks, when I look at the best practices from a steel industry perspective, either I talk about the fuel efficiency or I talk about the yield on the iron ore, there is a lot of headroom. So I think, and the headroom is substantial. So the opportunity to make our prime equipments such as blast furnace and SMS and the steel melting, I mean, you go any of the route, BOF route or the EF route or any route, technology enhancement can actually create substantial value, because that's what we see when we benchmark us against some of the Chinese and Koreans and others. My own view on the contraction in GDP is not so much from the production side, it is far more from the consumption side. So I think with Unlock 4 and with I definitely see some, as they call, revenge buying or any of those phenomena where people are held back in their homes for so long, and people have the needs. Yeah, some of the needs may have got simplified, but I think I'm personally very optimistic that we will have a very quick rebound in our GDP because of the which throttled consumption that has happened in the recent past. Data analytics is an amazing field, and I think that is only going to grow and will never die. It's because there's nothing louder and clearer. You and I may not understand the data. I mean, we all need to enhance our skills in understanding related and unrelated data, and so that field I see it's extremely promising, and we'll be able to solve futuristic problems as well. Because if we learn to listen to data, data tells us much more than what we are currently able to hear and act upon. So, a lot of promise. Say, Industry 4.0, I've read about it, I understand it. I think all sectors may not even require Industry 4.0, where we actually connect the whole system from across the value chain, from customer to the supplier. And what, even 20 years back, we used to hear about the Japanese companies, at least in the auto sector, where I started my career from. So I don't think Industry 4.0, the whole bit, is actually required for every sector, but IoT definitely in many sectors like ours, where there are no standalone equipments. I mean, if I talk about mills, any of my mills, like my plate mill is about almost 1 kilometer long, and obviously it is full of equipment, So there, IoT has a huge opportunity from how do I actually make the equipment talk to each other, and how do I actually, on a problem, how do I get to the place where I have to fix something, So I see a lot of opportunity of IoT across at least the steel sector and across the process companies. But personally, Industry 4.0, the whole bit, I don't think every sector would require and would be ready to reap the benefit from a return on investment perspective. For me, since at Jindal Steel, we practice theory of constraints very heavily. And when I say theory of constraints, I know what problem to actually solve, where the value is, So from that perspective, I actually solve problems only in my constraint areas. And the payback in many cases is in actually days. So for a capital industry like steel, the ROIs and payback and use of digital solutions is a no-brainer. The paybacks are so handsome. I mean, it's absolutely lopsided. So but I see opportunity in other industries as well, that at least on the front of quality and on-time delivery, I think use of digitalization and digital technology will create substantial value all across.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank CNBC, Rockwell Automation, and Money Control for providing this opportunity to share the experience of implementing digital at Hindalco Industries. Like you see, I'm now heading the Chief Digital Officer of Hindalco. I'm happy to share with you a small story about what we are doing in digital, share some experiences that I think you will find it worth to take it forward. And beyond this presentation, I'll be very happy to take any questions or any help that you need in terms of how we are going about. It's going to be a short presentation, which I want to make to you. So first of all, I want all of you, to basically just keep it open, and any suggestions, please give it to me. And thank you so much for being there in this session. Let me straight away get started with my presentation now. And after the presentation is over, I will be, if you have any questions, just leave it to the organizers. I'll try to answer them. Let me now share my screen and go back to the presentation, which I hope you'll all be able to see. So let me go over to the presentation now. So I'm just hoping that all of you are able to see my presentation. So basically, I'm going to share with you an experience of how do you prepare for a digital journey. How did we do it in Hindalco? And so if you look at it, whatever I'm telling you in the next 15-20 minutes, there's a complete team behind it. So I'm sharing this story on behalf of my huge team. And if you look at this photograph, is the chosen people who actually drive this initiative along with me. So it's India Inc. on the move today, and I think this is my team that is taking Hindalco forward. So our purpose we have established very clearly in Hindalco is lead Hindalco to be smarter, greener, and stronger, which is essentially the way we have aligned ourselves to the organization's vision of being smarter, greener, and stronger. And also, if you look at from a digital standpoint, I think the LEAD, and all of you will find it interesting. One is leverage, lift and shift for L, where we are ready to learn from anybody and everybody and bring it. Number two is efficiency, bring in automation using all digital tools. Number three is analytics and augmentation. As for E, A, and D is most important for me. The digital transformation is how are you going to transform the way people are going to do their work in future. So I think this is that's why we call it lead Hindalco to be smarter, greener, and stronger. And our motto and our logo this year is because of whatever we are all going through in the COVID world, stay smart and go digital. So this presentation is being made by me on behalf of this entire team that you see on the screen. And for Hindalco, and I'm sure for all of you, digital for us means how as an organization are you going to use data to make better decisions, data to make yourself more efficient, data to make people aware of taking decisions using data. So it's all about data, right? And the way we look at digital maturity in Hindalco, and I'm sure again many of you look at the same way. First, I think what has changed, and one, the availability of infrastructure in terms of cloud or hardware or software to get real-time data has become a lot easier now and a lot cheaper, right? So one is your ability to get real-time. Second, your ability to get the real-time, process it on the edge and do some quick analytics. Third is do historical data analytics of the data that your organization has collected over a long period of time. Now this, which you see in this, these are traditionally what we have been doing, except that we have been taking samples of data. But if you truly want to go into the digital world, what's important is how are you going to use this to get into predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, and smart actions. So where we are today is probably in the somewhere around predictive analytics we are doing, but the way digital maturity is seen in Hindalco is exactly how we see the usage of data to make real-time decisions, to make some historical patterns, predict the future, and then prescribe, and then smart actions where we are talking about autonomous actions by the machines themselves. So first, and I'm going to just talk to you directly on our principles on which we have really built the digital journey. Number one, these are all our lessons. So inquisitive leadership and interested business. While all of us start talking about any big initiative, I think the general word cliche that we use is commitment from senior management. Absolutely. I mean, I think there is no question about it. But I put it a little differently here. For digital, I think you need two things. One is the leadership to be inquisitive to learn and experiment with new things. And the second is the business should be ready to adopt it. Say, unlike in an IT, where it is more of technology driven by the technologies and IT people, digital success is going to be basically as much as business is going to take it. So digital has to be led by the business, and the leadership of that business has to be inquisitive to experiment and try something new which they have not tried before. So these are two fundamental things. So, and also one of the things we said is, if you really want to drive digital, basic process standardization is important, business at the front of implementation, and don't be afraid to fail. I think in digital, all of us learning, the whole world is learning. So don't be afraid to fail, and that's what we have: fast fail and scale fast up. Take pilots, learn, take the use cases, and then fail fast, declare failure, but learn the lessons and scale fast. And don't do digital for the sake of going digital, because I think all of us get excited by technology. At the end of the day, I don't think digital is about using technology. It's about providing business value using digital technologies. Okay, so keep a very sharp eyes on digital gains and measure the same, and get the journey with minimal investments, get people onboarded, see some early gains, and then scale it up. So this is one of the most important pillars that we have adopted in Hindalco. And I'll also tell you, when we talk about business at the front, how do you choose the projects? I think there are two things I want to just share with you. So how do you map? First is map your digital to impact to business impact. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of, for example, I'm sharing with you, if you look at downtime, and my aim in digital is to reduce downtime, it's very important that for basically you draw the entire tree diagram of where your problem is and zero in on exactly where you want to work. Don't just take a project with no clarity on exactly which part of the process you're going to attack. So one is business process to business impact mapping is very important when you choose the project. Okay. The second part is business process and link it to data problem, because I think one of the things in digital is that while we are saying digital means you are going to use data to solve problem, it's also important for you when you choose the project. Are these projects that you're taking, do you really think those are data related problems, or they are problems that are nothing to do with data? So this is another thing that we do very well, is take the theme, take what are the data that is related to this theme, which is going to be analyzed in order for you to make a digital decision. Okay, so these two, it's a lot of hard work, but I think this is where it's very important for you to identify the exact problem that you are trying to solve. Don't just say, okay, let's take any problem and run. People will be excited. They will tell you, they will give you 10 problems, 20 problems, and in the excitement of starting digital journey, you may be very, very anxious to take all the problems and run with it, but that's the mistake. Choose 4 or 5 that are good, which are good use cases where you can demonstrate value to the business, do it well, and then start to scale up. The other 4 pillars I want to talk about, why I spent a lot of time on inquisitive leadership, because I think that's very important. And I don't want to call it as top management commitment. I want to call it as inquisitive leadership and interested business, number 1. Number 2, what is your capability to deliver the solutions? Okay. So many organizations have this choice of working with big partners. It's like you give it to a big partner and hope that they will take you there. Or the other extreme is, I will do everything in-house. And the third hybrid mix is work with a lot of partners, startups. So if you look at my pillar number 2, partner selection and business model for delivery, we have been very careful, right? So the startups bring the best ideas, but they don't know how to scale it up. So you will have to work with startups, give them a lot of support if you identify a good startup. And wherever there are big themes where you think startups don't have, you may bring in a big tech. But I think it's important for you to identify what model you want to run the digital project. There are many models today. Okay, so the model that you have to choose is something which is going to work for you, whether you want to work with the startups, big guys, or you have in-house capability. I presume that none of us today in manufacturing have the in-house capability, but that could be a long-term strategy for you. Maybe 4 to 5 years down the line, you may say that in 4 to 5 years down the line, I will have a capability. But where do you start and where do you scale up in the first 3 years is very important. And the third pillar for us, and we have learned, is who are your people who are going to do this project? Okay. Now we have got people who are the young GETs and young guys who are less than 30 years of age and who are inquisitive in nature, who want to do a lot of things, who are digitally savvy and digital natives. So we have actually, from all our plants, we have chosen these people and we have called them as digital ambassadors. And these are the people who basically run those projects. Whatever projects I'm talking about, these people lead it and run it. And then we also did a lot of immersion sessions for our senior leaders, where you actually go and take them and show what others are doing. And then you have to also develop new skills in Python, PLCs, platforms, all of that. So people involvement is extremely important for you. And if you look at why the third pillar I put it, there's a reason why I put in the center, because across all the center of digital transformation is the people involvement and development. Without that, I don't think you'll be able to sustain. Then fourth one, which I told you, is think tank. We formed a think tank at the senior leadership level, who we call as digital council, senior leaders. The priorities of projects and what to do, where to put the money, and review of ongoing projects is very important from the senior leadership. So choosing the right portfolio and governance. And last but not the least, your infrastructure. Okay, very, very, very critical. So today we are talking about startups and everybody wanting to use cloud, your infrastructure, network bandwidth, the handheld devices, cloud, in-house, I mean on-premise and in cloud integration, standardization of the data platforms like historians, IoT. This is very, very important because this is your data acquisition infrastructure. So for us, we have focused on these 5 pillars. Okay, just to summarize, inquisitive leadership and interested business, extremely critical. Your model in terms of who is going to work with you as partner ecosystem is critical. Most important is development of people. Fourth is how do you govern this portfolio of projects. Fifth is the backbone, which is important for transformation. Okay. And then in Hindalco, I think we also identified where do we want to do what. So our themes are very clear. Smart plants, efficient supply chain. Smart plants is all in operations. Efficient supply chain is procurement logistics. Delighted employees and customer is more on the how can we do more of customer experience and employee experience. And the last and the fourth pillar is creating the skill set and the digitally savvy workforce. So these are 4 broad pillars on which we are driving all our digital themes. And how does this map to the value chain? So what we have done in Hindalco, we have mapped our entire value chain. What do? We actually source material. We source bauxite, we source coal, we source raw material, we mine and get them, we refine them, we then convert that into metal, and the metal gets converted either into primary metal or into downstream finished products. Then we ship it out, and then there is sales and customer, and then the last cycle, this one is recycling. So what we have done is, if this is our value stream, how do we map the digital themes as business cases across all the value stream? So we have done that exercise. It was an involved exercise of almost 6 months, but we have completely mapped which of the area in the entire value chain, what is the right digital solution, what is the business problem we are trying to address. So if you look at my slide, and we also keep updating it every quarter, the greens are areas where we have done a lot of things. The yellows are work in progress. Red is something that we have not really done so far well, and the violet is where the digital one of the backbones for you is the ERP and the core engine, right? So many of that you can actually get a lot of digital as a connection to the ERP system that you have. You may either have an Oracle, we are an Oracle shop, you may have an SAP, or you may have a homegrown system. But I think when we talk about digital, I think it's integrating all your technologies into one seamless delivery to the business. And that's what we do here. So mapping the value stream, identifying absolute critical projects that you have to do, and monitoring it relentlessly to see that it is adding value to the business. And then we also have system of measuring the maturity of the plants. So I spoke to you on when we talk about digital maturity. For me, so look at on the top side, okay? One is basic infrastructure and data acquisition. How good are you in acquiring data? Because I think fundamental of digital is your ability to get the data real time, or maybe at an interval that is really useful for you to make decisions. So we measure maturity on the basic infrastructure, which includes networking, computers, laptops, availability of the basic infrastructure at the plant. Second is the data acquisition in terms of historian, in terms of PLC controls, DCS, where the data is going to come from, source of data, maturity, and then we get into analytics, descriptive, prescriptive, predictive, prescriptive. And the last one, we also measure the people capability for each of our plants. So this is how we map the digital maturity across all the plants. So I've removed the names of the plants, but broadly this represents the way, what I call as a heat map of where we are in the maturity. And there's a complete framework behind this. How do we do it? But at any one point, the management will get a view of where we are on our digital maturity on the plants in terms of technology, in terms of analytics, which is the business value. And the third pillar is the people competency. So this is again very important for you to have a framework. You can have your own framework. There are a lot of frameworks available from Gartner's, a lot of frameworks available for many people for digital maturity. But my suggestion is adopt what works for you. We have developed our own framework which works for us, and we measure ourselves on that particular thing. So this is at a glance, we can show where we are. And this is what is communication is very important to the management, right? So when you communicate this, what it does is it puts all the plants across into one sheet, and each one can compare who is doing better than them. It basically serves the purpose of questioning each other, cross collaboration, knowledge management. This sheet we do just for that sake. Then what are the learnings so far from whatever we have done? Okay. Now, when we look at digital, right? So while I spoke to you on mapping the digital themes and everything, it's very, very important for you to take this opportunity to reskill your employees. Okay. Where in digital, I think again, all of you know, there is one IT part, which is the basic technology. There is the business value. Between the two is what we call as a data engineers or the data. So there's a data scientist, there's a data engineer who is the connection between the business problem and the data problem. So I think the biggest issue that we have had in our journey is to really identify those people who have flair for data, plus they understand the domain. So this is an opportunity for us. We have now identified these people whom we call as digital ambassadors, and we are really developing them into the front-end digital masters. And we have given the power to these people, young people, to just go experiment, be the ambassadors, do it. Second is, collaborative, cross-functional and self-directed teams not afraid of uncertain outcomes. We are absolutely okay for system to fail. I showed you how we share and collaborate. All of these learnings from each plant is shared on a quarterly basis. There is a review of all the plants together where the digital ambassadors share the learnings, and we also pick up from what can be replicated in each and then try to find areas of interest and creating a starting point. Then start small, a digital mindset, assemble a digital innovation team. That's where we are here today. We don't still think we are very high up on the maturity. And the most important is to constantly keep asking the question of what is the business problem I'm trying to solve, and is the digital or the data the right solution? This translation, my point number 4, is very important. And I think you have to look at all the IT policies in terms of, in a digital world, I think these laptops, desktops are handled. Those are bare minimum hygiene productivity issues. Now, you can't do digital when people in your organization are not savvy in using these devices. Of course, all of us today, thanks to so many things that's happening outside, mobile phones, we have all become masters. And I think using collaborative tools like live chats or Teams or Zoom or all of that, I think the COVID has forced us. But that is one important aspect that you have to look at to make your people digitally, technology savvy and change your IT policy. So these are our key 5 learnings in Hindalco on what you have done so far. And then let me summarize now when we are looking at, smart operations, I just want to talk to you on how does it all sum up and how do we drive it. One, I think very clearly business outcome is very important for us. Okay, customer experience, quality consistency, availability, plant availability, because Hindalco is primarily in the upstream where we convert bauxite or copper concentrate into primary metal. Our biggest lever is one is plant availability. We have to utilize our resource 100%. Second, we have to have consistent quality. And third is what is your cost per ton? So those are three: customer experience, employee experience, and also the safety. EHS, when I put, I think smart plant is safe, sustainable, and smart. We talk about any plant being safe, sustainable, and smart. So using digital to really build a safety, health, and hygiene is also big important for us from an outcome perspective. So I talked about foundation layer. So the way we are building it is build the foundation layer very strongly, which is IT backbone infrastructure, create the inquisitiveness in your workforce to make them digitally savvy, standardize and digitize the processes and SOPs at the operations. This is the foundation for digital. The next is source of data, which we talked about. Critical and most important for digital transformation. I think you need to identify absolutely all the source of data. And when I say source of data, it is not just where you are going to pick up. I think it is data integrity and data quality, and whether the data is available to you in the frequency that you really want to make better decisions. So the data that I am looking at, and all of you will agree, the business transaction data which comes from ERP, the MES data which comes from L2 integrations, a lot of automation that probably many of you have done, sensors, PLC, DCS, adapters, historian, all of these are source of data, and you have to map it very clearly that if this is the right side is the business problem that you are trying to solve, what is the data you will need to be able to solve this problem using data. So we focus a lot on data source and data acquisition. And third one is clearly about democratization of data. And we drive this again, we are not there yet, but I think in the digital world, the data should be available to people at their fingertips. You cannot make people dependent on an IT to create reports or dependent on IoT platform to take data or build reports. I think the data you should engineer in such a way that the functional group or the operations group has the data that they want to consume in a way that it is easy for them to take it and use it, and not make them dependent on the experts who are good in data extraction. So how do you create, how do you make easy reports, data visualization, how do you build alerts? Simple things of use of data is alerts. And I'll give you an example. When we did our first plant digitization, I said, so how do we get people used to data? All we said is, let's give people the alarm. Every alert that they get is an indication of a problem. The only goal that we took for the first 1 year was everybody has to reduce the number of alerts they are getting. So if you reduce the number of alerts you are getting, it automatically means your problems are getting solved. So this is the third layer of using data, is make the reports, visualization of data, alerts, anomaly detection, control towers, simple use of data, but very effectively people can relate to their own data and start to improve things. And the next layer is what we call as decision support system. And so this is really where you start using the data as a model building. Algorithms, again here we are using data to really remove all the routine decisions that people today make, and where you use robotic process automation or anything that automates or builds a model, and decisions are made by the algorithms. So people don't need to be making the same decisions. And I'll give you some examples. For example, every day you have to, let's say in a plant running operations, every day you'll have to change the order of manufacturing. Now, if the routine decisions are made by a particular algorithm or logic that the planner uses, build that as a decision support. So the fourth layer of data, digital, is decision support, simple and routine decision support. And the last but the most important and most difficult is the advanced analytics. So this is one slide that basically I want to put in front of you on how do we see digital transformation and what are the layers that you need to build and how does it go. So just to summarize, okay, if you want to become digital, clearly digitization versus digitalization, you should know the difference. Digitization is automation of a process. Digitalization is realizing business benefit using data. Define data at multiple levels in the organization. I think you should really translate data into what does it mean to an operator? What does it mean to a technician? What does it mean to an engineer? So that's very important for you. Start small and create data in a consumable form. Prepare to face reality. Why I'm saying is because when you start seeing data a little differently now, sometimes the data, what it shows, I mean, you may feel this not correct. Many times people challenge the data. Have the the face to accept what it is showing and recalibrate yourself. Okay, create an ecosystem of partner, and domain and data I told you is very important. Reskill the employees, and once in a year do the digital maturity assessment, which I showed you, which basically tells you how you are progressing. And building a data culture is about people competency. So this is the slide that I want to summarize as our journey. I want to just show you two examples of what we have done. Okay, so one example is predictive suite for power plants. Again, we have built with a startup where they're able to predict what can go wrong over the period of next 48 hours. And we have been today able to use this model to improve the efficiency as well as to learn what can fail in a plant. The second is video analytics to really for safety as well as for identifying quality issues in the plant. Okay, so these two are examples, and I have many more examples. With that, my presentation is over. I just thank everyone for hopefully it made some sense to all of you. Thanks to CNBC once again, Rockwell and Money Control. I hope you enjoyed the session. Let's look at an opportunity to catch up again wherever it's possible. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning and welcome to the session. So we'll wait for a bit for everyone to join in. In the meanwhile, just if someone from my team can confirm if I am audible. Also, I'll start sharing my screen so that we are set and ready to start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the event. My name is Sriram Parmanand. Thank you so much for joining this session on high performance architecture for digital transformation. We have been working with our customers across India. Our customers are from all industry verticals, that is consumer facing, such as food and bev, life science, auto, tire, to heavy industries, such as metals, cement, oil and gas, chemicals. So it's not enough just to have technologies which are proven. It is also important for our needs to make the transition from good to have to must have. While things are still in good to have stage, the adoption level is limited. We have all heard the phrase necessity is the mother of invention. So there are some events which act as catalysts. When it comes to adoption of digital ways, there have been some specific events which triggered accelerated adoption of digitalization. Let's look at a few of them. The image which comes up can immediately remind us about these currency notes. So that's my first example. So the first event happened on 8th of November 2016 with the announcement of demonetization. It surely led to an increased adoption of digital methods for our transactions. So we started using digital ways of transactions at places where we never imagined earlier. So be it paying at a local grocery store or maybe a local vegetable vendor, or even paying for a trip using a cab. I'm sure if someone had done a survey on the morning of 8th of November 2016, they would have got a very different feedback. That was 5 years back. Let's just go 5 months back. 5 months back, no one would have imagined that just a simple act such as getting up in the morning and going to a place of work would itself become so elusive. This could be your own office or factory, or maybe going to a vendor or a customer's place of work. You may have seen this question, which was circulated widely on the social media. So while this question may have been circulated in jest, but the truth is not far from this. So keeping all of these trigger points in consideration and what it can lead to, I have selected 3 specific application areas for our discussion today. Coming to the first of these 3 topics. Can we have ATM machines everywhere in the factory? Let's just go a bit deeper into this ATM machines part. So for many of you who are maybe as old as me, you would have gone to your local bank, which was a specific branch that you had to go to. So say you want to withdraw cash. The only way which was available was to go to your branch, collect a token and wait for your token to be called out to get your cash withdrawn. It also meant some other constraints, like one I mentioned, that you could only go to your branch. Second is timing and specific days. So if you missed any of them, you could not actually do that. Those shackles got broken with the introduction of ATM machines. So when ATM machines came, it was like something very revolutionary. It immediately meant that all those constraints that we spoke about, like specific branch, timings, etc., they all just went away. So it was, talk of the time that you have an ATM card and you can withdraw money anywhere. You could go at any time. In the beginning, the only restriction was that you could go to the ATM machines which were installed by your bank, but that too went away in a few years. So I guess the first ATM was installed in India somewhere to the end of 80s. And by 90s, this facility that you could go to any bank's ATMs to carry out transactions, that facility was made available. What it meant was that just using your own ATM card, you have the ability to access your specific information. You can carry out transactions from any ATM machine, and all of these, which are, it is done in a secured manner. It is irrespective of which ATM machine that is from, and more importantly, it is without any time and place constraints. Now, coming to my example of why I took that as a specific case. So if we look at our factory settings nowadays and just look at this particular picture, you can see computers to be there at different sections in the plant. So the computers could be used at the incoming section, the process area, or at the end of line packaging at each of these places. In factories, computers are deployed in offices. So for sure, we are using it for stuff like emails, for our ERP operations. Like I mentioned, we find computers in the control room as well as the plant floor. Plant floor also, many of you are from life sciences and chemicals industries. So you would be deploying these computers even in hazardous area as zone 1 IPCs, for example. Now let's correlate the example. So if we can transport this example of ATMs to what we are trying to do with PCs in the factory. So my question is that, can I use my specific credentials and go to any PC to carry out transactions which are required or which are meant for me to be done? So what it means is, if I can do that, is I can go to any PC in the factory and open up a SCADA station for any area that I'm interested in, or I may want to open up the engineering software, which could be from any make of control system, or it could be, opening up of a ERP screen or a MES screen. All of these transactions from any PC. Second, it should not just be restricted to me. It should mean that anyone else, so the next person after me, if he approaches that same PC, should be able to use his or her credentials and do transactions which are meant for them. So it's like custom made. and which also then immediately means some other collateral benefits. It means that if I have a downtime on any PC, it would not cause me any concern because I still have theoretically n-1 PCs to keep my operations running. If this interests, let's look at how that's getting done. So thin client software solutions would empower these kind of facilities to be made available. And the technology that, or the brand name for that, which makes this available is called Thin Manager. Thin Manager, let me get in my commercial message now. So Thin Manager is the global leader in the automation industry that provides full feature, centralized thin client and remote desktop server management software. So this platform offers features that allow modern factories to, implement sustainable technologies, drive enhanced security, and also to lower energy costs. These are used in more than 60 countries now by manufacturers from across. So you can look at logos here, which are covering automotive, which are covering tire, food and beverage, life science, chemical, oil and gas, heavy industries like metals, minings, and many more. Like it's mentioned on the right hand side, 30% of Fortune 100 companies and 1 in 5 Fortune 500 companies are using Thin Manager. So it's a fairly established and widely used technology, which allows you to have the functionality that I just mentioned, that you can actually convert any PC to be used for any operations across the plant. Well, let's go back to the ATM example, and I will just ask myself that in present conditions, I don't even go to a ATM machine. I conduct all my transactions sitting from the safety of my home. So is there a way that I can, extend this example? And the answer is yes. So let's look at the left-hand side image as a typical, a control room scenario where you have multiple PCs which are being used for controlling different sections. So it could be a discrete function through a PLC or a process area through DCS, different applications. Now, if I want to access, say, this set of PCs so that I have an access to the input area or a discrete control area, how would I get that done? I could ask that vendor and they would provide us with some application to get me that access. Next, let's say I want to access the other systems as well. One option is to again have each of the vendors set up their custom applications to give us access. Let's add, if I want access to the lab information system, or even let's say the camera feed system, or I want to access, the motor control center related energy information. This then becomes complex and it needs a scalable solution. Thin Manager allows us some functionalities here. So one is it allows remote access to any application in our factory. This access is vendor agnostic. Third is we can make this access to be role based, which means that you can set up who gets access to what and till what level, the same way that we do for role based access within the factory. There's one more functionality. So the way we have a factory attendance system, which tells us who's come in and who's been in the factory today. Similarly, this can also keep an audit log of the access which is being done. The bottom line here is security is a major area which is addressed and covered. So to summarize, Thin Manager offers multiple benefits to suit users across industries. You may be setting up a new project, or you may be planning to add this to an existing facility. Access to factories is now better than what we had in April this year, but I guess everyone would like to have, a risk management plan in place. So you would like to have or set up an infrastructure which would allow for secured remote access whenever you would need it. This is one technology which is a must-have as you build your factory for the future. To my second topic now. Health and diagnostics for control devices. Let me start with an example. Everywhere we turn to these days, we see someone having a fitness tracker on their wrist, and they do it for, either how much of how much physical activity has been done. So it could be to track number of steps, or let's say distance walked, heartbeats, everything. In the raw form, the data looks something like this. In this format, it doesn't make sense and doesn't help you make any decisions on your level of fitness for the day. Instead, what the fitness trackers do is they take this data, transform it, and then display in a way which allows you to instantly make decisions on the go. So when you look at this picture, you immediately know, say you have not been active for the last 2 hours, or you still have another 3,500 steps to go, or maybe 7 flights of stairs to climb to meet your daily goal. This is how we would also want to view the data that gets captured from different devices. We all are talking about an era where most of our control devices in the factory floor are getting smart. So how can we leverage this? Similar to how a fitness tracker helps in making better decisions about personal health, Factory Talk Analytics for Devices gives us a quick look into the health of control system devices. So what you can do is these devices can be your actuators, flow meters, vacuum pumps, safety laser scanners, even vision sensors. Obviously, control systems, drives, Ethernet switches, they are part of this smart device family. Any device which can sit on Ethernet IP can be part of this particular plan. The Factory Talk Analytics for Devices, let's call it as FTAD. What it does is it acts something similar to what we mentioned as fitness device. So it can capture these data and also present it in a way which can, make it easy for you to take some actions. So like I mentioned, what this does is it creates action cards. So the FTAD generates action cards which can be accessed on your PC or your mobile devices, and items that require your attention are listed for your view. So you get a view as you can see on the screen right now, and it gives the description of the device, what it is, the timing. It gives an advisory of what is required and also gives some guidance. So as it keeps working over time, it becomes smarter, and it starts also gathering data which makes sense to you. So for example, you are responsible for one section of the plant where these first 3 devices are something which you want to be notified about. So whenever you see this action card on your mobile, what you do is you use this vote up button which is on the bottom right hand side to tell that this is something which is important. Similarly, the other way around, if you don't want to receive action cards for devices, you use this vote down button on the bottom left. This helps the system to capture what's important to you, and that's what will get served for for your action. In everyday life, we use or we see a lot of virtual assistants. So some of them on our mobile are things like Siri, Google Assistant, Alexa. It's not restricted there itself. If you visit any website like that of your bank or insurance companies or utilities companies, you'll immediately see on the bottom right or some place where there's a chat bot which pops up, and which can be used for regular activities which can help you in transacting. The Factory Talk Analytics for Devices also has an inbuilt chatbot called Shelby. So once you open it, you can type in a question here. So I have typed in a few. What is the status of my operation? Which is something which is a top of the mind question. I just want to have a quick check. And this is the reply I get, that Shelby is currently monitoring 9 devices. All of the devices are online, and there are 4 devices that need maintenance. Obviously, the next question which comes to my mind is which devices need maintenance? And then comes the reply. It gives the description of these replies. It happens to be a controller. It happens to be 2 specific drives. It happens to be an Ethernet switch. And like we saw in the action card, it goes deeper in telling what it is and what can be done with that. One of the often asked questions to us is the kind of devices that Shelby supports. So Shelby works with all Ethernet IP devices on local network segments that adhere to the ODVA specification. So literally any device which is on Ethernet IP, regardless of who makes it, can be part of your fitness tracker program. Let's look at two use cases that we collected from different facilities. So the first one is from a customer who had a facility which was kind of 3 years old, and their concern was, a high rate of failure of motors. So instead of 1 or 2, which might be, kind of at par, they were seeing a much higher rate of failure of motors. The customer had used a new motor vendor. So with these higher than expected failure rate, the first thought was it was the vendor performance which was the issue. The failure instances appeared to be related to the motor insulation degradation. So as the failures were increasing, the customer was, getting concerned, and they had to broaden the investigation. And that's when they deployed this factory talk analytics for devices, specifically with the VFDs in mind. The setup, like I described, is easy. You just need to connect it to the network and it auto detects, and the setup takes, typically less than 5 minutes to go live. So once this device was live, it was immediately generating diagnostics. So the action cards, like is mentioned here, they started showing a pattern, and many of the VFDs were experiencing DC bus over voltage faults. So from there, the customer was able to take a step further. He pulled in drive logs for investigation. Each drive was peaking at around 1600 volts. This was likely to be a harmonics issue. So the next step that they did was, so they installed a power monitor to confirm the harmonics issue. The customer worked along with Rockwell field services to understand wiring configuration, etc., which might lead to harmonics issues. And finally, they could pinpoint as to what the reason was. Since we have talked about this, just for interest, the customer had actually modernized their motor control from contactor to VFD, but the panel wiring was left untouched. So as we know, VFDs are more susceptible to harmonics. Specific cabling filtering requirements exist. And what this helped the customer is in pinpointing, and they could take action on getting that addressed. This is, collection of different issues which had happened. So in one place, the controller showed up with a fault. And so when it was investigated, this was the earlier L6 series of controllers, they found that the batteries had gotten dead. With this being pointed out, it ensured that any power loss, if it would have occurred, would have led to a controller losing their memory. So that was prevented. There was another issue where it gave the phase loss warning on the pump drives. The analytics appliance picked it up twice before it was, they agreed to that and they took it offline for maintenance. Another one which we have heard frequently is intermittent faults, which keep occurring, and they are very difficult to pinpoint. So once this device was plugged in, it immediately detected controllers which had, they had been set to negotiate the network at different speeds. It's a very typical issue and very difficult to pinpoint, and this appliance could, catch that very quickly, and this could be set right. So in summary, Factory Talk Analytics for devices, is a self-contained, ready-to-use appliance that works automatically on the industrial network. Through a variety of discovery strategies, it's able to detect intelligent devices or assets like drives, controllers, switches, like I mentioned earlier. It can self-configure the data collection, analysis, and display. So you just need to give it power and an Ethernet connection, answer a few questions, and it's ready to start. It discovers the devices on its own, digitizes, and starts providing you with the necessary information. With this, now I am moving to my third topic, which I picked up for today's presentation, and that is extending existing control systems to deploy operator guidance systems. In most industries, especially heavy industries, there are several critical rotating devices. These are motors, blowers, cooling tower fans, boiler feed pumps, compressors, crushers, etc. So typically organizations assign a criticality index to these assets based on their, what purpose or objective that they are being used for, based on whether they have a spare or a standby, and based on the time to repair. Different organizations have, they use different techniques for monitoring of these assets. Traditionally, online vibration protection systems are used for critical assets such as, turbines or high capacity compressors, pumps, etc. But when it comes to semi-critical assets during the project phase itself, it would not always come with a online vibration monitoring system. So typically what's used is a walk around portable measurement system, which is done periodically either by the maintenance team or it is sublet to some agency to come and do that. In some cases, an overall vibration sensor, which provides a 4 to 20 milliamp signal, that could also be there in place. I'm going to talk about two specific cases which I collected based on our interactions with customers. So last year, our condition monitoring technology consultant, so he was asked to rush to a large chemical factory. So that was near Mumbai at Taloja. They had an accident in the plant. The shaft between the motor and turbine was broken. Due to this, the plant, the air supply unit, so this was related to the air supply unit, and so the plant was down due to this sudden failure. They didn't have any immediate replacement for the motor or the shaft or the turbine blade. What it also meant is, since the shaft was completely broken, they had to also engage many maintenance people to dismantle these broken parts from the turbine and the motor. The collateral damage was the motor was also damaged because its rotor carried the impact, this misalignment of the shaft for a long time. So all in all, it led to a downtime which affected their operations. The second incident is from an aluminum manufacturer. In aluminum smelters, there's one section which is called pot line. This is the section where you have lineup of pots where the electrolytic process takes place, where you extract from where you get this aluminum extracted from alumina. As part of this process, there are fumes which get generated, which have to be extracted. For this purpose, they typically use large exhaust fans. In this particular case that I'm referring to, they are using multiple 1 megawatt motors for this operation. You can understand the importance. I mean, they're using 3 operational and 1 standby at each end. So that's the setup that they have. And these are mounted at a height of around 10 meters above the floor level. In this case, because it was a critical asset, the motor supplier had provided with a 4 to 20 milliamp signal, which was wired up to the control system. So while the vibration signal did seem to show an increase, the system did not provide some of the things which would have been helpful for the maintenance team. So one was what was causing this, and second was how severe was this. So without this, it meant that it hampered the decision-making process. So this subject motor, it got seized and it broke down. Given the height of the installation, the customer had to wait for a special crane to be requisitioned, which had to take down the motor. They opened it, but could not really understand what next to do. So eventually they had to send the motor for repairs. This meant, the time to get that motor down, send it to a specific place for repair and coming back. So it was several weeks before which, they could get this motor back and reinstalled. All this while, the operations team was a worried lot because any further breakdown or any issue would have meant that they would have to reduce the production. So let me summarize our observations from these two incidents as well as interactions with different customers on this subject. Let's start with the overall vibration sensor. an analogy for overall vibration sensor, let's take, for example, sound meter. So if we are in a crowded room, we can use a sound meter and it will tell us how loud the room is, but it cannot tell us what individual conversations are going on. For this purpose, we have to listen to individual voices to make sense. Similarly, if I have a signal which is an overall vibration signal, it will just tell us the resultant vibration, but it cannot tell us the individual elements causing the vibration level to go high. As most of you would be aware of this, but just at the cost of repeating. So assessing the condition of a machine, it requires measuring the amplitude of vibration at the frequencies that occur as a result of, specific electrical or mechanical faults. Vibrations at these frequencies suggest that a fault is present. And any increase in the magnitude of the vibration means that the fault condition is getting worse and we need to take some action. These faults can be, like is shown here, it can be misalignment, it can be bearing related, turbulence, soft foot, which is foundation related, or unbalance, mechanical looseness, cavitation, etc. Asset health monitoring is one of the top use cases for industrial IoT, and the ability to pointing out the fault causal would make all the difference for the operations and maintenance team in in action taking. For example, based on the inputs, the team can decide whether they should run the asset at a lower safe speed to complete the production requirements, or let's say till the time spares are arranged, or it can also be a trigger for deciding based on the condition of the signal of whether they need to take a quick shutdown and address the fault instead of waiting, just letting it run. And even when they take this shutdown, they know which area to address based on what kind of fault is there. My commercial message, please. So what Rockwell Automation offers is a unique integrated condition monitoring solution. So this includes industry grade sensors. It includes a very versatile universal vibration monitor, which can be integrated to controllers and can also be integrated to visualization devices like a HMI or a SCADA. The industry grade sensors that we have, it's a wide range, and these are suitable for low as well as high speed machines. Plus, as we saw on the earlier chart, that the faults have a bearing to the speed of the machine. So if you have variable speed machines, you also need to have specific sensors which take that into account while doing the vibration analysis. The vibration monitor performs the fast Fourier transformation and other advanced signal processing in the monitor in real time at the machine. This is the hard part, that is doing the math. Once this signal part is processed and the fault conditions are known, after this, if it's passed on to the controller as simple tags, thereon we can apply well-known rules which can be used for diagnosing the machine condition. And also from here on, you can use any visualization solution which is either located locally or anywhere else to present the condition of the machine and what kind of action needs to be done or analysis part of it. So for the users, the benefits are, the ability to integrate condition monitoring within your existing control systems. So this sits just like an IO module, a specialized IO module. You can display these signals and the advisory on your existing HMI or SCADAs to help your operators. Plus, you can also store this in Historian for further analysis. As I mentioned about IoT, this can also be the feed to your predictive model building engine. So for any or all of what we mentioned, one of the foundational requirement is to have a strong, robust, secure information super expressway in your plant. And Rockwell Automation has entered into a strategic alliance with Cisco for many years. And as part of this alliance, what we have done is, we have co-developed products as well as, other documents to help you. apart from the ability to get information across, a very key factor is the security part of it, the cyber security part of it. And these challenges, cannot be overlooked or ignored, especially in current conditions where we want to enhance the level of networking across the plants. So you could have, a greenfield plant that's being planned, or you could have existing systems which you want to interconnect. There could be all or some of these as use cases which apply to you. So like I mentioned, Rockwell and Cisco, one of the things that they did is they got their domain experts to come together and put together a document called Converged Plant-Wide Ethernet Architecture, or CPWE. This document provides design guidance as well as validated architectures which can help you, build a network design from various aspects. So it could be based on the sizing, how many nodes, what kind of bandwidth do you need, how do you structure the network, to the security aspects, which is, one of the givens. It needs to be there. And it is not just restricted to the plant or the manufacturing. It's interconnection with the enterprise. So all of these aspects, these are covered. From Rockwell, we realized that it is just not products or validated architectures that you would need. There are multiple ways in which we are helping our customers. So you could basically be in a stage where you're looking for consultancy, or you're looking at auditing your existing network from an expansion point of view, or let's say bandwidth interconnection point of view. One important factor which we do most of the times is, cybersecurity services to support customers. So these different services are something which we offer. It's not restricted just to these. They can, you could design everything perfectly, but while the vendor is implementing it, whoever is going to put that in place, you see that the physical media which is used, or the actual laying of the cables and its guidelines which should be followed, are probably not being done. So I have a question on the chat window for me. It says, regarding the ATM related example, can we use remote desktop services to achieve the same? All right. So at a broad level, remote desktop services is equivalent to, sharing your PC. And what it means is not just any one or two applications, but your entire PC is available or accessible to the other person. This creates security risk. That is one of the aspects. So when we talk about Thin Manager, and you have, let's say, 8 applications which are there on your PC, you can actually select that the first and the fourth and the 8th application. These are the ones for which I'll give access to, let's say, user A, and then the second, fourth, and fifth. These are the applications for which I'm giving access to user 2, and so on and so forth. So it's application-based sharing that gets done. And so you have a very, very enhanced way of security. That is one of the major points. The other is that through Thin Manager, you also have the ability to maintain a log of who has accessed and which application has been accessed, that kind of facility. So there are many other advantages or benefits which come along with Thin Manager. For the purpose of our discussion, I had focused more on introducing the concept. Probably we'll do a deep dive into all of those aspects and where all it can help you. Thank you for the question. I have one more question that I can see on the chat window, that is pertaining to the vibration system. Okay, so does your system support wireless vibration sensors, and can it be used if we have these, can it be used with your systems? Okay, so like I mentioned, you need to have a selection done based on the criticality of the equipment. Now, equipment in the factory shop floor can be of variety of types. So it can be very low speed to very high speed. So that is one aspect to look at. Second is that many of the equipments, these are variable speed. And as we saw in one of the charts, the fault frequencies are dependent on the RPM at which the machine is working. So all of these factors should be made available. I mean, you should have an ability for the sensors to measure these and take into account while presenting to you the diagnostics. So I would say that the answer would lie in whether the sensors or the solution is meeting the requirement that you have. That should be the criteria for using it. So currently we have a wide portfolio of contact and non-contact type of industrial sensors which we are offering.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanat Vajpayee and I head the power control business for Rockwell Automation India. I cordially welcome you to the ROTM 2020, which happens to be a virtual event, and I hope the sessions are keeping you engrossed and you're really learning from these sessions, and we are also learning, from these experiences. We will share with you a topic which is how to extract analytics from the Smart VFD. In these times, all the applications, whatever you think of, the basic workhorse is the electrical motor. And to drive the electrical motor in terms of varying speeds and varying torques, we use variable frequency drives. The topic here is delving onto the fact that how do I extract analytics from a VFD? How do a VFD become so smart that it starts having those embedded analytics, which will be very useful for preventing unplanned downtime? And of course, there are many, many other benefits which follow. Rockwell has an extensive drives portfolio. So the PowerFlex drives portfolio includes low voltage, medium voltage, and DC drives, and they are all scalable to meet your application needs. Coupled with that, you have a premier integration which offers connectivity along with our Logix 5000 controllers and the Studio 5000 platform. And then these drives have all energy efficient designs, a very broad power ratings, and of course, one of the leading power density available in the industry. I'll be quickly taking you through the compact drives portfolio, which starts from 0.25 horsepower, that is PowerFlex 4M. Then you have PowerFlex 523, 525, and 527. Very, very impactful compact drives portfolio, which operates at 50 degrees, can go up to 70 degrees, has a very compact footprint, and then they have zero clearances, for stacking very close by. And that basically is possible, with the modular design it offers. It also has embedded Ethernet ports, which is all geared up to make your installation future ready for Industry 4.0 environment. Our standard drives portfolio has PowerFlex 753, 755, the latest PowerFlex 755 TL, TR, and TM. Now, this is the family which is based on our leading firmware, which is the Total Force. It consists of, low harmonic, regeneration, and low harmonic, and the common drive, best drive system. The standard drives, as you can see it on the slide, the 753 goes up to 270 kilowatt, 755 up to 1400, and the Total Force is basically the TL, low harmonic, up to 1400, and we can cater right up to 4500 kilowatt. So very extensive, kilowatt range. Now, as you can see it on the screen, we can have a speed and torque control, position control. So there are various applications which we can cater with this very, very extensive portfolio. Coming back to the main topic, yes, how does the modern factory environment looks like? On your screen, as you see, in a factory environment, you have different levels of stage where there are different levels of people who are accessing or would like to access different kinds of data. As you can see, at the operators and maintenance level, you have a physical plant, you have a process control, you have a supervisory control. When you go beyond this level, then you have manufacturing operations, and then the highest level, which is L4, is basically your business planning. We at Rockwell have positioned our data analytics or our analytics products, which is catering to this kind of multi-level operational environment. Now, as you can see that this is the environment which is having the most amount of data getting generated. It has operators and maintenance, which is using those data in the form which is unique in terms of the levels at what they are. And you have edge and you have embedded analytics, meaning that at the physical plant level, you have devices which are smart, which has embedded analytics built in, so that even before these levels are created by the complexity of operations of your factories, you can have products which have embedded analytics, which you can use and which can be scalable as the factory operations expand with the passage of time. So the connected enterprise for Industry 4.0 basically caters to two major customer profiles. One is the OEMs and the other is end users. And both have different kinds of requirements to obtain analytics value. Broadly, it's to improve the production output and offers increased return of investment, lowers maintenance costs, minimize unplanned downtime. And coupled with this, there are business improvements as scalable solutions, we offer as the factory expands, catering to your business requirements and manufacturing scale-ups. So broadly, we are delving on two parts of the solutions. One is the Smart VFDs, which I was referring to with built-in analytics capability, and the other one is actually the scalable logics AI solution for many applications. Coming back to the first, dealing with the predictive maintenance of the analytics embedded in a variable frequency drive. Now, as we have learned from our journey that earlier we were doing the maintenance, a pure maintenance on a variable frequency drive and motors, then it became reactive, which means if there was a failure or a downtime, we just went and solved that particular problem. Then we started taking preventive shutdowns. That is, we had those shutdown periods of the factory where we could just go and, change, replace parts, depending upon the time on which they have run. And the next stage is predictive, which means you could predict the events into hours before they could occur. So all our PowerFlex 750 series drives has predictive maintenance, which deals with fans, digital outputs relay contacts, and the motor, machine bearing, and lubrication. Now, in this predictive maintenance journey that we have learned is with maintenance, reactive, preventive, predictive, all are driving unplanned downtime, which is prevention of those unplanned downtimes that leads to lower costs. Our new drives, PowerFlex 755T, has even more extensive algorithms, which are on fans, which are on bus and LCL capacitors, and even it goes right at the power module IGBTs, which forms the heart of variable frequency drives. Now, depending on the component run times or the component threshold levels, we have predictive algorithms which can take into consideration the temperature, the air quality, vibration, drive size, run times, and cycles. And that means that the drives provides notification before or even at predictive component life, not only based on the respective components run times, but also integration of the real life situations of different temperatures or air quality or vibrations, etc., etc., etc. Again, summarizing it and on the minimization of the unscheduled downtime with real-time analytics, I reiterate, you could go down to fans, you could go down to digital output relay contacts, motor, machine bearing, lubrication, bus, LCL capacitors, power modules, and IGBTs. Now, these predictive algorithms, are also incorporating the actual site conditions, and again reiterating that the drive provides notification before and at predictive component times. The predictive maintenance evolution, if we go broadly on that, is that in our journey, what we have learned is that we have moved from a simple timer predictive maintenance solution to a more predictive one, and the future holds where we could do even the condition monitoring. That means we should be achieving the goal to help you minimize unplanned downtime. And these algorithms are designed so that they learn and adapt to the actual drive usage patterns and make it this situation very real life in terms of when you are operating drive with a particular application. Now, the design philosophy is of basically seven different key requirements which we are fulfilling with this design philosophy. One is no assumptions in terms of how the drives will be used. Say, for example, if the drive is used for a fan, so we are making certain assumptions. That's not the point. It has to be based on the real time usages with respect to drive and the motor combination, and also taking into the application requirements. The consumed life shall be placed in a non-volatile storage, so where the component is used, and also the algorithm should support off-the-shelf industrial parts, and of course the custom parts of the future, and they should continuously learn and adapt to changes in applications with the best time and environment. Estimates of the remaining life shall be made in hours to allow customers to schedule replacements. So this is really, I would say, helping customers to have pace themselves in terms of knowing exactly when to change what component, and it's an early warning system rather than waiting at the last hour to take certain actions. The component life models shall be updatable, and it can be done via firmware without resetting and erasing the consumed life. And of course, all these predictive maintenance comes free, which means it is all embedded in the drive as a standard feature. Just giving examples of on your screen that you see is an example of a blower fan life. So on the historical level, you could have a timer which will predict that, okay, after 60,000 hours of fan operations, it's time to change the fan. That was the historical one. Now, we could have the local fan air temperature, you could have a runtime, you can have a fan speed, you can set your own threshold levels. And then you can all integrate into a rolling 30-day, use case. Build up a fan life model. And then you could have something like what's the kind of life which is remaining when you integrate all these factors and then decide whether it's time to replace, whether the fan is operating in a normal condition, or if the site conditions have changed, then to give the right warning that, look, we have just about this much of hours left of runtime of the fan, so it's better to replace it. So as this model depicts that it's a feedback mechanism with the built-in real-time parameters, and that means that you have time or a much earlier time reaction to make corrections or improvements and to extend the longevity of the critical components. Taking cue of this, we have some really powerful features within our PowerFlex 755T drive. One is the adaptive tuning, which means when you are commissioning the drive for the first time in the motor, we have tuning. But then what if we tell you that the motor wears out over a period of time and the drives continuously is on tuning mode, which allows it to actually increase the overall system performance and makes it highly adaptable. It can even indicate you the machine wear out over time. It can actually suppress resonances and vibrations as the motor gets old, the bearing gets old, or even the coupling of the end prime mover, which it is the motor is running, maybe a fan or a pump or a conveyor. It can actually suppress those resonance and vibration conditions. Then there is another feature which is load observer. It actually helps reduce the startup time, and it actually constricts the the need for elongated tuning. It also takes care of the wear and tear of the machine, which means if your gearboxes teeth are getting worn down over a period of time, then it has to adjust in order to reduce the torque pulsations. In effectual, while the adaptive tuning was basically making the drive very suitable to the motor changing parameters, load observer is basically making the drive adaptable to the changing load conditions because of wear and tear or because of change of production parameters, etc. Then we have something known as a bus observer, which helps the increase the reliability and the probability of resonance. And of course, it actually compensates and monitors for line changes and would be continuously monitoring for the dynamic DC bus conditions. These are all patented drive analytics. It will help increase performance and decrease the commissioning time. There is another very, very unique way of implementation of network safety. So earlier we used to do the safety as a part of by way of contactors, but now you could very well implement it with the help of network safety. On your screen that you see that you have a Logix, you have a Stratix, and of course you have IOs, point guard IOs, and then you have connected a PowerFlex 755 with a network safe monitor, and that is all that you need to execute or to make the system fully integration network solution. And that is on the backbone of embedded analytics inside the drive. That comes to the first part of the drives, smart VFDs that we have talked about. Now I am switching over to a scalable solutions delivered with Logix AI. Now, this is a part of the embedded intelligence in the Logix, whereby you could actually predict equipment failure and improve productivity. Just by inserting a powerful AI module, you could actually achieve it quite seamlessly. The artificial intelligence, in the Logix is based on delivering real high value analytics, and it does not require those powerful CPUs, massive data storage. And its control Logix provides a perfect platform for real time. And the customer's domain expertise, it should be enough to really extract actionable information out of this data. So the data is getting generated, the customer is just having those kind of domain expertise, how to extract this data and start using. So there are different kinds of engines for different platforms. One is the classification, one is adaptive control, then the other is optimization, then modeling, and then you could have other engines basically designed to have different kinds of algorithms requiring different kinds of varying problems, solving varying kind of problems. So this embedded advanced analytics, has basically functions of reduced downtime, maintenance cost, better product quality, and of course, energy efficiency. The Logix AI will detect anomalies, will be, sensing, soft sensing, automated ones, have real-time diagnostics, and of course have those data classification of machine when it is under normal or abnormal states. And then, like for example, in a multi-pump systems, can drive the energy optimization. So if you have a multi-pumps, you could actually derive energy optimization by operating them in the right speeds and of course meeting the pump head characteristics and the flow characteristics and achieve energy optimization. Now, coming back to the one of anomaly detection. While we have several examples against those each headers that you saw in the previous slides, but I'm just taking two examples. Here, the application is a hydraulic water pump system. And then here what we are trying to do is we are trying to train the artificial intelligence about the normal operating data conditions. And then by help of that, we are actually predicting early cavitation and blockage. So if the artificial with all the pump operational in a normal way, whenever it sees that there is some abnormality, which means if there is an early cavitation, which means the current is increasing, if there is a blockage, the current is increasing, it's time to act. Now there is some anomaly in the system, please go and check that. And then it takes, it also guides in terms of taking operative actions to prevent damage and then notify maintenance. The other one is the header of automated soft sensing. And here's one of the applications of a paper strength, where the paper strength is measured periodically at the end of each reel. Now, based on the measurements received and using the actual previous strength values, you could train the engine to calculate the paper strength based on various parameters. A live streaming value of paper strength is to be displayed to the operators during the production so that they will be very predictive in terms of what's the kind of output that I'm able to get at the end of the process. With all this, I would say that with all the, as we saw in the presentation that you had a embedded analytics in the VFD, you had a logics AI, which was suitable for training, or which is basically training it to a particular normal or abnormal, operations. For any kinds of applications, it makes more sense to have these analytics, connected visually with operations. So we offer HMI screens with standard faceplates, thin managers, Studio 5000 to Ethernet, and then on a system monitoring, we can have Team Ones, which is a mobile app, Factory Talk Analytics for devices, and of course, you have the Rockwell Automation Cloud Platform to connected enterprise. I come to the end of the presentation now, and if you have any of the questions, please post it on the chat box. I'll be very happy to take them. I see one of the questions coming in, and it reads, how does drive senses the motor machine wearing condition? Okay, so very, very good question. So basically what happens is that as with the adaptive tuning, as with the load absorber, we are able to perfect the motor model which is made in the firmware. Now, when you have a sensor-less vector operations, when you don't have any kind of feedback, you don't have a kind of a pulse encoder which is fitted, or then it becomes all the more trickier. That how do I predict the motor and machine bearing conditions? So based on the firmware which is built at the time of tuning the motor, based on the adaptive tuning and load observer, the drive is able to basically make a firmware which is very accurate and which is always changing and taking information as the application is running, and as the application load changes or as the motor gets old with time, it actually senses a shift from the normal, the initial tuning data to the new one. And then it adjusts itself. Plus, if they see that there is an anomaly in terms of a higher bearing current which is getting generated, or for example, a higher magnetizing current generated, it actually gives a warning that yes, there is some problem. Please go and check this motor. It even senses that on a particular day, if the current drawn from a 30-day average goes beyond a certain level, it's time to go and check out the installation. Okay, so now I see some questions coming in. It's now time to end this presentation, but then of course, thanks a lot for posting those questions on chat box. I will definitely reply them and reach out, to you in terms of the reply. Please don't hesitate to even contact us for further knowledge on the smart VFDs and our Logix AI solutions. Thank you very much.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Plant PAX 5.0 helps reduce the overhead required for your automation infrastructure while delivering improved diagnostics and analytics. It ensures consistent project delivery by introducing controllers built specifically for process. Plant PAX makes it easier to design and troubleshoot with intuitive workflows for engineering and operations. And it helps you compete in an evolving landscape of threats by adopting the industry's latest cybersecurity standards. Plant PAX 5.0 from Rockwell Automation. Expand what's possible.
So friends, today I would like to take you through this topic, rethink what to expect from the modern DCS. So as we go further into this topic, first of all, it's important for us to understand what a modern DCS looks like and how it is different from a traditional DCS. So a traditional DCS is a closed system. That is, this system is not easily amenable to external connectivity and data transfers. It has a slower time to market in the sense that it cannot be easily deployed, it takes time, and it takes a specialized kind of engineering. It is difficult to migrate and modernize to a newer version. And then, because of all of these topics, the total cost of ownership of this traditional DCS is the highest. As compared to that, when you look at modern DCS, it is a high performance DCS. Typically, it is based on a very futuristic technology and can handle any control discipline across the plant. That's why we call it site-wide. It has a wider range, or it is highly scalable. What that means is that it can be deployed for a 50 IO system, and it can also be deployed for a 50,000 IO system the basic nature of the system would remain the same. Such a modern DCS is typically based on an open technology stack, which means common, readily available, off-the-shelf technology products can be easily integrated to inside this DCS or can become a part of the DCS itself. And because of this modern DCS is easier to integrate with third-party solution and can easily flow information from one end of the DCS to the other end of the DCS. So today we are going to talk about one such DCS, Plant PX. Plant PX DCS is a part of the connected enterprise solution of Rockwell Automation. Plant PX DCS is a plant-wide control and optimization platform. It is scalable and modular. It is highly secure but still open and information enabled, and it has a flexible delivery and support model. So let's look at what are the different aspects of a Plant PX system. One aspect of Plant PX system is the tools and solution. These are all tools available to you to rapidly develop and deploy a Plant PX solution in the right way. Plant PX solution second aspect is the library of process objects. The library of process objects is the one which gives the character and capability to the Plant PX system for process control. This includes the standard process control as well as advanced process control objects as well. This also includes device integration and instrumentation interfaces as well. Further to that, Rockwell has made it easy for a person to deploy Plant PX system by providing a whole lot of reference architectures which are cybersecurity enabled and can provide a known system performance. All of this is made possible by providing a whole set of documentation around system guidelines, user manuals, infrastructure manuals, and so on and so forth. One more aspect of Plant PX system is the investment as Rockwell has made in developing its own products to make Plant PX system. And further to that, the last aspect of Plant PX system is the bundling of services and support infrastructure to support this Plant PX system over the entire life of the system. So having seen that, let's look at what's new with Plant PX system. Plant PX Distributed Control System version 5.0 is the latest launch of Plant PX system from Rockwell Automation. What are the characteristics of Plant PX 5.0? Number one, it has a reduced IT and hardware footprint. Number two, built into Plant PX system are capabilities which will ensure that project to project delivery in terms of methodology and performance is consistent. As a part of that, the engineering workflows have been streamlined and perfected. Further to that, Plant PX 5.0 is a cybersecurity enabled system complying to 62443 standards. And last but not the least important is that Plant PX system is a unique DCS which is analytics enabled, or in other words you could say IIoT enabled. And we will look at some of these aspects in more detail as we go along. Plant PX 5.0 is a purpose-built plant-wide system which cover all different aspects or all different control disciplines like batch control, hybrid control, continuous process control, including advanced process control. This has been made possible by investment by Rockwell onto various different aspects of the DCS itself. We would look at many of them as we go along through this presentation, but in short, to highlight the benefits of this investment is number one, the intuitive workflows that eliminate tasks and simplify design and deployment effort. Number two, the system is easy to deploy and effectively becomes simpler to maintain. And finally, it promotes a consistent delivery from plant to plant, from site to site, which can be easily well documented and properly supported by maintenance people. We will look at many of these investments that Rockwell has made into Plant PX 5.0 in the next slides. So the first and the foremost important aspect of Plant PX 5.0 is a dedicated Plant PX controller. Okay, this is an out-of-box hardware including inbuilt process instructions which follows the Plant PX guidelines. This is based on the L8 series of Contrologix controller, which are extremely fast and have a lot of great capabilities. Further to that, as we have already highlighted, the intuitive workflows that eliminate unnecessary rework and simplify the design and deployment effort. Within these new process controllers, Rockwell has embedded the process instruction as a part of the firmware. Because of that, the Plant PX instructions now have a reduced footprint and faster execution. They do not load the memory of the controller as well, and effectively the system requires less IT infrastructure, it requires less servers, it has lower data volumes communication on the network, thus freeing up the bandwidth of communication. Further to that, we have already looked at aspects of this particular development in terms of driving consistent delivery and streamlining engineering workflows. The instructions that have been embedded inside the Plant PX controller, they have inbuilt what are called as SAMA diagrams. You will see from the drawing on the right, that SAMA diagram depicts the flow of signal inside the controller or inside the instruction and help somebody understand how the signal flow is happening and what are the different configuration handles available to the person to reconfigure that instruction. The facility to reconfigure the instruction is not only available on the engineering environment, but can also be done with proper username and password from the operator station as well. What is the benefit of this? This leads to intuitive design time configuration interface, consistent experience across all the different instructions in the system, eliminate the need for different tools. It reduces the number of steps required to configure a new object, and it provides a very consistent view for engineering as well as maintenance in order to understand how the system is performing and what needs to be done to reconfigure the system. And obviously all of this comes with a whole lot of online help available within the engineering environment itself. Further to that, within these instructions, the alarming is embedded within the instructions, and the alarming happens inside the controller with timestamp inside the controller. Further to that, the controller also holds an alarm buffer that it will store the alarms in case the higher level system cannot accept those alarms for any reason. And then subsequently, once the communication is once again functional, the alarms from the database inside the controller will be uploaded to the higher level system. But the benefit of embedding the alarms inside the controller is single environment where the alarms can be configured and deployed, and one place to go and add and configure the alarms, predefined alarms on every object, and it easily allows the user to enable or disable alarms and then use the ISA 18.2 workflow to either shell the alarms or disable the alarms or suppress the alarms. The alarming configuration of the system is based on the ISA 18.2 standard. While we have launched the Plant PX 5 with an embedded function block library inside the firmware, it also supports the erstwhile earlier version library of Plant PX, and both libraries, that is 5.0 library and the previous libraries, can coexist inside the same controller. Why we have done this mixed library support is for people who are already using earlier versions of Plant PX to easily and consistently migrate to the newer versions of Plant PX without having to redesign their software. Within the new controllers of Plant PX, we have what is called as a task model, and then we have displays which allows a person to understand the instruction usage. Without going into details about what task model is and what does instruction usage do for you, let's just look at the benefits of providing these features. This basically allows a person to create an application in the shortest possible time, provides a consistent programming structure which follows the Plant PX guidelines, eventually provides a predictable system performance from the system and consistent performance from the system, and allows somebody to exactly predict how the system would behave and what kind of modifications to the system would improve the performance of the system. In addition to that, another thing that has been embedded into the new Plant PX 5.0 controller is automatic diagnostics of the system components. This is a built-in feature, and every component of the system automatically publishes the alarms associated with its own performance or own failures right into this maintenance display for the maintenance team. A great new feature that has come into Plant PX 5.0 is asset organization, asset ownership, and asset arbitration. What this allows is to create an organization tree of assets through a parent-child relationship. And there could be among those assets which can have multiple owners. And then if that child asset is owned by a particular group at this point of time, then other groups who want that asset would necessarily have to wait. They would be, all their requests would be queued, and then based on the first in first out principle, those other groups will be allowed access to that asset. And this is now a part of inbuilt configuration of Plant PX system. You don't have to program this. What does this do for you? The benefit that it provides is the ability to command entire equipment group as one entity. Okay, no custom coding is required to create equipment groups. Okay, ownership of a status is easily identified. Then queuing of ownership requests are automatically generated. And you can find the status of a specific asset based on the number of requests that have come in and which have been granted and which have not been granted. The status is of the child propagate to the parent of that child, and commands from the parent automatically get propagated to the children to do identical activities. All of this, which typically would require a whole lot of programming, has now been built as a configurable mechanism for asset organization, asset ownership, and asset arbitration. Another thing that has been launched as a part of Plant PX 5.0 and through the Flex 5000 iOS is the ability of highly integrated HART. This allows to add and replace HART devices online. Okay, HART signals and their connection status and the diagnostic is automatically available in the database of the controller. What are the benefits of this integration? This provides an intuitive integration of the HART devices directly into the database of the system. Device diagnostics is directly included and is accessible to the operator. And the entire HART content of the transmitter is directly seen on the faceplate of the instrument. The Flex 5000 iOS with HART capability have made this highly integrated HART integration possible with the Plant PX 5.2. With Plant PX 5.2, Rockwell has provided improved network guidance. So the selection of network component, a specific guide is available for how to select network component, how to configure them. The infrastructure manuals provide complete guidance around the reference architecture and the recommended verification steps to easily verify the configuration has been done correctly or not. In addition, the specific network improvement that have been done are primarily to the enhanced redundant PRP architecture and the enhanced resilient DLR architecture. Both are supported by PlantPX 5.0. In addition to that, the 5094 Flex IO support, both in redundant as well as in resilient architecture. So also the 1756 ControlLogix IO, both in redundant as well as resilient architecture. Then Cisco 9300 core switches support in the network architecture, and specifically further to that, network health monitoring. Number 1 through the automatic diagnostic maintenance display, as well as number 2 through the factory talk network manager software. All of these things improve the usability and the performance of the entire network within the PlantPX system. The PlantPX system at launch is redundancy capable, highly available system, and uses the same 1756 RM2 modules which have been used in the erstwhile versions of the ControlLogix redundancy. But at the same time, the memory of the controller is not impacted whether the controller is used as a redundant or non-redundant mechanism, and the performance of the controller is not depleted because of redundancy. Further to that, the embedded process instructions inside the controller, one can say, are ready to be deployed in a validated industry. The instructions have inbuilt capability for e-signature as well as audit trail. And since these instructions are embedded in the firmware, as is, they meet the validation documentation requirement because they have been developed with documented functional requirement and test requirement. So this enhances the ability to use the PlantPX 5.0 system as is in a validated environment like a life science or a food and beverages. The PlantPX 5.0 system is IEC 62443 compliant. Rockwell has made endeavors to comply to different sections of the 62443 standard, either in terms of its engineering capability or in terms of its product development methodology or the product certification itself, and Rockwell has completed all these actions. And with the launch of PlantPX 5.0, Rockwell will provide a certified system design manual which will help the engineering teams correctly engineer the PlantPX system to comply with the 62443 IEC 62443 requirements. The PlantPX system has always been an OEM friendly system, but in PlantPX 5.0, with all the enhancement that we have seen till now, it is specifically good for OEM implementations. The specific reasons why it is so good is because of the consistent delivery mechanism which is built inside the system itself, enhanced visualization functionality, the purpose-built software which is available even in the smaller controller sizes, and a simplified integration, whether you talk about alarms and diagnostics or HMI itself or the analytics which we are yet to talk about. Through all of these different capabilities, the OEM usability of the PlantPX system has been enhanced many folds. Another thing that is getting launched along with PlantPX 5.0 is the capability of a system ID. A system ID will be a unique identifier associated with the system which will immediately identify the architecture, the components associated with that system. This would help in speed of technical support as well as the experience of the customer, better manage the hardware and software life cycles, quickly identify what patches and product services are required for the system, better management of security upgradations, better management of product compatibility for updates and upgrades, and it would help preserve the knowledge about the system in spite of staff changes. Further, it would also help in terms of right sizing the amount of spares and the version of spares that is required for a proper inventory management. Further to the system ID, Rockwell's own portfolio of lifecycle support services is always there to help a customer maintain and support the system over the entire life cycle of the system. Rockwell's Innovation Suite, the platform for Industry 4.0 in collaboration with PTC, is something that is now embedded into the PlantPX 5.0. How? We will see on the next slide. So with PlantPX 5.0, Rockwell is making ready-made templates, ready-made usable templates which can work on the Innovation Suite platform. For example, a template for standard alarm dashboards based on ISA 18.2 standard. A process strategy template available for significant process control inside the DCS, directly available on the ThingWorx IoT platform. A process strategy templates for directly using augmented reality along with the assets in the field, which is going to be available as a part of PlantPX 5.0 delivery. In addition to that, the FactoryTalk Analytics for Devices capabilities, such as dashboard view of any asset of the system directly available on a web-based display, as well as action cards for every one of those assets to tell you what is the status of that asset and what kind of maintenance it would need, and further to help you with the specific processes around that maintenance. So all of these things are going to be a part of PlantPX 5.0. Further to that, along with PlantPX 5.0, we are also launching FactoryTalk Batch version 14, which is the latest version of FactoryTalk Batch. FactoryTalk Batch 14 comes up with a lot of different exciting features. One of them is the ability to change the area model while the system is running. Second ability is to create recipe formulations which would use the same sequence of phases but still would allow you to change the recipe formulation for that recipe. Further to that, it also comes with the latest version of FactoryTalk Batch View, which is a HTML5 technology based web interface for interacting with the batching system. And then Rockwell is also launching its upgraded version of API interface with the batching system to keep in touch with the latest technologies in the market. So with that, friends, we have come to the end of this presentation, and if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer those. So I think there is a question on the chat window, which I will try to answer. The question is, can you elaborate on how PlantPX simplifies system deployment for life science? Thanks for the question. So we saw that the instructions that have been embedded inside the firmware, once the instructions have been embedded inside the firmware, they cannot be modified or changed by anybody. Okay, and those instructions are natively integrated with the ability for audit trail, as well as security, as well as e-signature, which is some of the requirements of what you may say as 21 CFR Part 11 compliance. While we have developed these instructions inside the firmware, we have gone through the entire process that is typically required in a validated environment of creating a functional design specification and a test protocol which would ensure that the FDS has been correctly implemented inside the instructions themselves, and this documentation is available to the user. Effectively, it means that once you start using those instructions as a part of your process control design, the documentation that is available to you can easily be used as the validation documentation with some additions based on your application software for submission for system validation. And that simplifies the overall effort of plant PX system validation for life science industry. I hope that answers the question. There is another question. Does device analytics cover field instruments? I think that's a good question, and sorry that I missed answering that in the first place. The device analytics not only covers only Rockwell assets as a part of that system, but covers a lot many components from our partners also. So you may have wall banks, let us say from Festo, those would be covered. If you have instruments, Ethernet connected instrument from industry now, those would be covered. But specific to the question that you have asked, yes, highly integrated connected heart instrument would also be covered as a part of the device analytics capability of plant PX system. So let's see if there are further more questions.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. and we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations, we are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.
What does it take to make the world work? To stock our shelves, power our communities, care for those who feel pain, and experience times of great joy. At Rockwell Automation, we make all these things possible. For all of life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
It's funny how the unexpected never happens on purpose. And nobody's quite sure how to plan for the uncertain. It's something we can't anticipate. Like, how do you prepare for interruptions when nothing ever breaks when it's convenient? It never happens at the perfect time. And we turn on the news, and it always feels like the worst case scenario. But it's a good thing you showed up, because I'm really glad you're here. It's a good thing that the hours of your life spent in sacrifice reveal the precious value of your time. Can I pay you in gratitude? Is there direct deposit for thank yous? Here's 100% of my appreciation, and you can keep the change, because you have made a difference. You have made a difference in these difficult times. You have made my life different. I feel your pain and you share mine. From a helping hand to a high five, we hold each other together, because letting go isn't an option. We get stronger as we hold on to one another. Friends, co-workers, neighbors, brothers, daughters, mothers, fathers. These are family ties that bind us forever and help us remember that we are in this together.